Hi, Kira. How are you today?
Hello, I'm not bad, thank you.
Ah, beautiful. Is Lyra behind the screen hiding us?
I'm
She,
here.
you're here hiding.
Not hiding, eh?
You don't
Just
want us to see the bad things you're up
no,
to.
I noticed y'all are not ready, so I was doing my just writing quick notes
Oh,
on
yes. Oh,
Brian's
yes.
writings.
Uh, I saw Vernon outside. Vernon didn't even find out that he had a presentation today, and I didn't remember to send to tell Vernon anything until last night. But I thought he would have asked you, what's up? So he is here. We have Ashley joining us
Hi
today for the first
Ashley.
time, yes. So we are still awaiting the arrival of the others. All right, so let's wait a few more minutes. It's just 6 minutes past 2. So let's see what happens. So you can get back to your readings. I'll call you as soon as we are ready. All right, good. All right, I'm opening up now. Kira, Lira, where is Karen? Karen. Let me see if by any chance I'll turn my phone off. Let me see if by any chance Karen has been trying to call me because she's always here. No, no one has been trying to call. And I didn't see an email from her either. All right, ladies. We are missing 3 of our classmates. I don't know what has happened. I heard one will be late, but she's supposed to be presenter 1. We are not seeing Karen at all. Did you hear anything from Karen, anyone? No, okay. She is going to be presenter 3. No call, no email, nothing from her. So I'm not sure what is happening. However, we will be proceeding today. And I'm just going to, as customary, pull up my objectives. There it goes. Pull up my objectives on this. Oh, hold on. I don't think there's saved yet because I just want to share. There's not very much fun to personalize in this one. All right, okay, there is our objectives, ladies and gentlemen. You will be able to discuss the role of textbook in English as a second language classrooms. You will provide justification for textbook evaluation. You'll respond critically to textbook analysis read. And you'll apply the Fry's readability formula to a given text. We have broken down the lecture into quite a number of different sections. So I misspelled Lyra's name here. We have broken down to, oops. We will begin with an icebreaker. Then I will do what is introduction to the session. I will attempt to familiarize you with the Fry's readability graph. There is a text I wanted to take to class and I left it, but which makes do with what we have. And then we'll have our presentations based on the 3 readings that you were given. And at the end of it all, I will be sharing 4 points with you. You will be able to access this PowerPoint on or a day later. All right? Now, let's go to the icebreaker. Are we ready? Yeah. Are you hearing me, Lyra? Kira?
Yes.
Very well. So, let's go. Our icebreaker is right there in front of you. There is the instruction. Read carefully. All right, then now let's go. There are your words. Let's see within 10 minutes how many of those words you can conquer.
We have to pull 2 of them together?
No, each one forms 2 words.
Okay, all right.
You want to go back to the instructions? Certainly. There you go.
So, school.
Scroll back down now. All right.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Lyra and Kira, how are you managing over there?
I'm struggling.
I gave you 10 minutes, it's almost 10 minutes here. We are back again, Lyra and Kira. It's interesting to find out what you have unearthed over there. Your colleagues here are laughing. I don't know if they're laughing at me or laughing at themselves. I do not know if they find the activity fun. I don't know. All right. Let us hear if anyone has broken mother-in-law. No one has.
Did you have to use all the letters in the word?
Repeat that, please.
Did you have to use all the letters in the word?
Yes, you must use all the letters in the word, and each letter is not to be used more than once.
Oh boy, okay.
All right. Well, mother-in-law is, and be ready for this one, Hitler woman. Hitler woman. Punishment, what do you have? Nothing. We have something there, Brenna?
No.
Punishment is 9 thumps.
9 thumps.
Thump. Yes, 9 thumbs. Isn't that punishment? So that, you know, the words are related to the original. Schoolmaster. Everybody should get this right. Schoolmaster.
Teacher. Teach, right.
I don't understand how you get teach out of schoolmaster. Can teach be made out of schoolmaster?
Yes.
And that's it? Schoolmaster? The answer is the classroom. Last one. Debit card. You want 2 minutes to try to get that one? 2 more minutes. Debit card.
It's not here. I got to read it. And then there's something else.
What do you get there?
Read it some.
Read. Read. Debit card. Hey, nobody giving up too early, man. Don't be a quitter. Kira, Lyra, nothing? Kira,
I got something, but I know it's not good. I got tried, and then the rest of the words left, I created a word called dab. So
hold on, say that again.
I got tried, TRIED, tried. But the rest of the words that the letters that I had left, I couldn't do anything with them. So I just created a word called dab, DARB.
Now, you are the great coiner.
Okay.
Kira, what do you do to say there?
I got bad credit.
You go. High five. Bad credit. Bad credit. It's related. All right. Now, of course, you realize that an anagram is a play on words. And I deliberately gave you this because you'll be coming across the term in one of your readings. And you need to be appreciative of this little word here and to recognize that it is a legitimate activity to be used in your own classroom in developing students' concept of word and so on, developing vocabulary and so on, yes? So anagram is indeed one activity that you can use in your classroom. All right, let's move right along from the anagram, Mr. Vernon. And we are going to be just looking briefly at the business of text book evaluation before we move on to presentations. It is said that a textbook is the most important constituent of an English classroom. It is the most important constituent of an English language classroom. I wonder why this is said.
Because it provides a resource from which both the teachers and students can operate.
It provides a resource for both teachers, yes, for which both teachers and students can operate. You want to elaborate on that for me? Take one at a time, I suggest to you. You lump both teachers and students. In writing your texts, you will have to learn how to compartmentalize, because you can have beautiful points, but because you lump, then your points are hidden somewhere, and so will your marks be hidden from you. So look at the student, then look at the teacher, and you'll be better off.
Well, I'm just thinking that teachers need to have a meeting ground, so to speak, that the students can share. And to me, the textbook provide that meeting ground, both in terms of material that explains and amplifies the teacher's point,
Yes.
as well as providing exercises. Also for the students, from the viewpoint of the students, what it does, it legitimizes what the teacher is saying, provides a permanent record, and also serves as a, what do you call it? Something to, a record, something that they can refer back to. So it helps to internalize the internalization of the material, the process of internalization.
Yes. Yes. And as you say that it helps with the internalization of the material. And when I'm looking at it in a different light as well, related but a bit different, in that it promotes self-directed learning. Are we familiar with that expression, self-directed learning? Beautiful. So the students can take responsibility. I remember as a little child, I had not yet gone to high school, but my brother was in high school. And he was in a boarding facility, but he would leave his books at home. I'm thinking of like if he's in grade Form 2, he would leave his Form 1 books at home. So I would now have access to these books. And believe it or not, I didn't think that I needed a teacher then, Remember, I wasn't in high school. I was in primary school, but I was doing work from the high school book. And those books, especially math books, had the answers at the back. So, well, many of the answers, not all, but I could jolly well do my own checks. And I felt good when I saw that I was getting it right. And if I got it wrong, then I worked back way to find out what is the operation that, I misused or so. Yes? So it does help with self-directed learning. Hero, do you wish to add anything to the advantages of using a textbook in a classroom?
All right, I can't think of anything except what Vernon has said, but giving the students still have an opportunity to work on their own.
Hold a minute. Hold on. Are you hearing me well?
Not clear.
Okay, we're not hearing you very well.
Sorry, I was saying that I couldn't think of anything besides what Vernon just said.
Oh.
Yes, nothing else comes to mind.
Yes. Leroy, anything from you?
Possibly that it offers them the opportunity to go over the content taught and to be able to practice at home, which is basically the same thing about taking an active role in the learning.
Yes.
Yeah, all the practice questions that are underneath each of the units, they have that to go home with.
Yes. So there's a psychological component then to having a textbook as far as the students are concerned. because they can go ahead and test themselves. Yes, they can go ahead and test themselves. They can go ahead and measure their own work, free from maybe teacher criticisms for those who are afraid or uncomfortable with teacher criticisms. Well-constructed textbook can assist them that way. Yes. Vernon spoke to some of the advantages for the teacher. I didn't hear Vernon make reference to the provision of learning objectives that are present in very well constructed textbooks. Yes?
Maybe because I never really pay attention. I don't know how many teachers.
Well, this course is going to enable you to do just that. And of course, it helps you, Vernon, with your activities too, yes?
Definitely.
So that you do not have to maybe invent the wheel at times, because materials are provided there for you. So we are agreeing that textbooks are needed, especially in our second language environment, when you have already been informed, you're already aware that many of our students in our Caribbean region are not coming from homes where texts are readily available. Yes? Many of our students are monolingual Creole speakers who are now in a space where the target language is English. And so they need to be, and we use this word a lot, the last class around, we use the word immerse. Students need to be immersed in the language, and one way is to allow them to have a textbook. So it now comes to another aspect now of the lecture, which is the main thing for today, and speaks to textbook evaluation. And Vernon said he wasn't paying attention to certain aspects of a textbook. And Vernon is going to learn today to start paying attention from the title page right around to the index, right, Vernon? Yes. So there we go. So why should we do this anyway? Yes, your teachers in training, why should you learn to evaluate textbooks? In what way does this benefit you as a teacher? In what way does this benefit your students? Let's look at that.
Well, I would say that as with your exercise, you may be asked by your school or your department to evaluate textbook for whether the school should turn a book list. Books are very expensive, and therefore you want to ensure that the students will get maximized benefits from the best textbook available.
That's right. So you need to ensure that you have selected a book that is most appropriate for your classroom. You are at a traditional high school, Ashley.
Yes.
A reputed traditional high school. Yes. Maybe you are not even as familiar as we would like with what obtains in some other high schools. I'm not casting aspersions here. Yes, I'm not casting any aspersions here. Yes, all right. Go ahead and talk to me, Vernon. Fill the gap, please.
In terms of high schools.
Yes.
In
terms of what Ashley said, though, in terms of ensuring that you have selected the right textbook for your particular students.
Well, in the non-traditional schools, but using an example of that is obtains. This is a pure generalization.
Yes.
Textbooks are usually the ones provided by the ministry. Right. There is usually no large-scale evaluation as to the suitability of these textbooks for particular class or even to be used across the schools. They're just accepted and distributed. Usually there's resistance from stakeholders in terms of purchasing additional textbooks that could fill in gaps that are obviously there. Both because of cost and because the primary stakeholder, the ministry, has indicated that other textbooks are not necessarily needed. So that's really, so people just use what they without question.
All right. What about the students in some of these classrooms so, and their ability to read these texts that they are mandated?
Well, many students come in at the lower end in terms of GSAT process. Sometimes it's a reflection on their academic ability. Sometimes it isn't. Maybe they just had a bad day or they just didn't know how to deal with the examination. But a young man sitting in front of me, who we give reading tests to the students who are coming in.
Yeah.
And just use an example. A young man was sitting in front of me and he was reading, I think at the grade 8 level, and he obviously understood. He was fluent in his reading. But when I asked him answers based on the comprehension questions, he was tearing across on the wall on the opposite side. And he didn't go back to the comprehension. And I'm saying, after a while, I said, why are you looking at the wall? And he said, well, he's just trying to put out answers. And I said, well, the answer is in the comprehension, which explains why he would have come to us because they seem to get the students at the lower end.
Oh.
Right. So, quite a few of the students we are not able to read that, even pre-primary or primary, grade 1.
Yes.
So, it's a mixed bag. But a lot of times, the techniques that they get are not really able to take them to where they need to go.
Yes.
My daughter, for example, goes to one of the traditional schools, and her textbook, which is government composition, that book 1, it really would be quite more suited for my environment than I think for hers.
Oh.
But at the same time, it's not here on our book list.
Yes. Yes. So we may have issues of textbooks being evaluated in an appropriate way or evaluated at all. Maybe someone heard of a textbook being used in a particular school that they deem to be of high caliber, and so they may just use these in their schools. Do you have any stories to share, Lira?
About the textbooks being evaluated?
Yes.
Well, what I can say is that usually in my school, sometimes the teachers are the ones recommending the textbooks. So the English department, they sit together as a group and they go through the textbooks to identify, any of the good points and strong points and weak points of the book. But what I find that they do is that one year they will recommend a textbook, and then as quickly as the textbook came in, they will recommend another textbook for the following year. I don't know what purpose that serves, because it puts the teacher underneath a lot of stress. I don't know how they themselves are the ones teaching, because you have to go through that whole textbook, identify it's not giving you time to get familiar with the content of the text. So that's the only thing.
Okay, I know what you mean. We do have that issue as well, where a textbook will be listed this year and then it just disappears next year.
And may I say, often there's a teacher on staff whose textbook is Sure, they heard me. They can hear me. You heard me? And it happens in St. Lucia, but I've seen instances where textbooks are recommended based on the fact that they are written by the teachers and staff,
Yes.
and that becomes a bit of a
This time.
ethical dilemma.
Okay.
What did Ashley say? They are written by the teachers and staff, beg your pardon?
Or teachers that are known in educational circles, in other words, at other schools. In other words, it becomes, you know,
Well,
who knows who.
it has happened in that, I don't know, when I was doing first years on,
Well, let's yes, go ahead.
right, well, when I was a first year student, during my first degree here, there was a course, a particular course in the social sciences where the lecturer was the writer of the textbook. And it was easy to study for the exam without going to classes because the question would approximate the material in the textbook. So even at the university level, I suppose it persists. You guys hear me?
You're breaking up. I don't know. On my end, you're breaking up very badly.
No, I was saying that when I was doing my first degree here, one of my first year courses, the lecturer was the writer of the textbook that was used for the course. And the exam questions usually approximate the questions in the textbook. So it was quite a popular course for obvious reasons.
And the question is, how ethical is this? But then, is that, and I'm echoing Ashley at this point, but then, is it unethical for the teacher to write the material versus the teacher purchasing the material from another source, and maybe that other source is not skewed towards your particular context? Is that a battle that we'll be fighting now? Yes, Ashley?
Well, the teacher wouldn't be purchasing books.
No. What I'm saying is that we are looking at the use of a particular textbook within the classroom. And we have the case of the teacher who is a writer, a proficient writer, I would imagine, who has developed this textbook. And it's appropriate for use. Vis-a-vis the material being housed in another book, not written by the teacher, but maybe written by someone from another geographical location on the topic, same topic.
But I think it's an objective decision, and hopefully it's not a teacher. Maybe it is a panel of teachers, or maybe it's the HOD or the vice principal, and obviously if it is the teacher's work, then great. But I don't think that should give it any priority. I don't think that should give it any weight.
Well, I know, if I may contribute here, and I think there was one year at your school where they evaluated they had a look at the math textbook, decided that it was not appropriate to what they wanted to deliver, and they basically rewrote it.
Yes. So it is based on some form of research.
Right.
Some form of, yes, because you would have looked at your students' performance, yes, and you would have used the performance, you would have analyzed the performance, and you would have recognized possibly that the textbook that you're using is not adequately meeting the needs of your students. So you have now developed your own text. Maybe you have appropriated an existing text with all kind of permissions and whatever, but you have created something now that's more in tune with your students' abilities and needs. Can't we agree that that is quite fine nothing wrong with that? Yes, yes. So it's not necessarily for material gains in terms of the money that's going to be put in your pocket, but many times our students are left behind. And I go back to look at Vernon's students that he mentioned earlier. What if some teachers had collaborated to write textbooks that are in keeping with the students' level? Maybe those students would have benefited significantly. Maybe those students would have been able to, their performance in their subject areas would have been such that they've been promoted to a higher performing group in the school if there is any streaming taking place. I don't know.
But certainly, that is the government's or the Ministry of Education's responsibility. Teaching the situation and that there are no supplemental textbook possibilities.
But are you saying that you cannot have supplementary materials in your classroom?
No, I'm not, but I'm just saying that in itself makes it a financial burden upon the students because somebody has to pay for photocopy or whether it is electronically, but then stuff that makes it unequal for those who have access and those don't. I think there are a lot of issues that surrounding that. To me, I guess the approach would be the ministry to ensure that the right textbook is selected.
But then you can't put certain pressure on the ministry because the ministry is not within a particular local. It's the teachers within an institution that ought to know the kinds of students that are there and to make certain recommendations. It cannot be the ministry. The ministry would not know that within the individual schools.
But certainly they must communicate. I mean, they must be able to. They have the data. They have.
Who is this they?
The ministry. They have the data. They have the access to. They can go into any school and request and meet with them and discuss and see. And I just think that there's such limited resources generally in this country that we need to demand more of the ministry in terms of providing the right resources.
In a sense, I would tend to agree with that. For example, our students use the all-in-one, what's the name of that? I think it's all in something. That's it, the English language textbook. But I run through, and I don't use it in my class. I use it because the exercise, the comprehensions are great, but the grammar exercises, they are few. There's no sequencing to the exercises. So even as a teacher, I don't see the building block approach. Okay. So I think that the students can't develop a total picture in their minds. So, right, so I have got to actually be getting, for example, the grammar and composition, that all-encompassing version that most teachers tend to use. And that to be writing on the whiteboard. One day I saw my daughter with a version that, book one, book two, book three, I didn't know existed. And this is something that I'm going to recommend. Of course, it's cost $3,000
Okay. All right.
But it would help tremendously.
All right. Thank you for your contribution, because this sets the framework nicely for your readings today. Because indeed, we must understand that we as teachers, whether we're given the opportunity now, yes or no, that's not the point. The point is that you as teachers ought to be involved in textbook evaluation. Yes? You have a major role to play. It's easy to say someone else should. So what about you? Yes? So a teacher is also an evaluator. Yes? And the teacher needs to learn to evaluate textbooks so that he or she is aware of the different textbooks that are available on the market. That's one thing too. Yes? Because when you start going out there to ascertain what's happening, then you have a wider choice. You can make suggestions and so on. Yes? when you evaluate a textbook as well, you become more familiar with the content. Remember, you have not yet purchased the book, you know. You're at the evaluation stage of the book, yes? So it provides a sense of familiarity with the book's content so that you can identify whatever strengths and weaknesses. Vernon was sharing with us a particular book, and he obviously found some strengths in the book and some weaknesses in the book. That should have been at the evaluation stage before the book is recommended for purchase, that these things are found, so that you can make a recommendation whether the book can be used, yes, but with certain modifications and so on, yes. It's rare for you to use everything in a book, yes. But so as you go through this exercise, I'm hoping that you're thinking about your own assignments, and to recognize that you will have to identify both positives and negatives to a text. All right? It is useful also in your own development, teacher development and professional development, because you will get useful, accurate, contextual insights into what constitutes a textbook. I refer to Vernon again, who said to me earlier that he didn't even look at the preambles of the book to ascertain whether they were objectives, yes or no. So this is an opportunity for you to get a sense in a very systematic way of insights into a textbook. Let us now look at the concept of readability. Are you familiar with that term? Readability, never heard of it? Oh, you can understand it. You want to share your understanding of it, sir?
No, I just think that the student, if you are providing a book for the students, they should be able to pour through it on their own, go through it on their own, and it makes sense to them. There's a sort of fluency and sequencing of whatever it is that is in the book.
Okay, all right. I see where you're at. Readability, though, is the extent to which the reader of a text finds success with the reading of that text. Yes? So when you think of readability, it's a matter of matching text to reader. And there are many factors that impact the readability level of a text. So people who are engaged in ascertaining the readability of a text, most times they go for quantitative measures. There are qualitative measures, but there are mainly quantitative measures where you use certain graphs and so on to make an educated guess as to the grade level that the text was written for. So there are many factors, and when we're through today, you will come across many. There are many factors with the text itself and with the students as well. Because you know, if a student is hungry, if the student doesn't have a certain schema, then when that child is given a particular text, that child may not be able to read the text, may be able to call some words, but they're not really reading, which involves comprehension. Yes? And so in one of your readings here, you will come across the term Fry's readability formula. And I sent you an email, if you could pull it up, pull up that email, the Fry graph readability formula. Fry started in 68, developing this formula. By 77, it went to the college level. Are you with the document now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, good. So you can do a quick overview of what is there on the first page, and then my interest really lies on the second and third page. Are we finished with page 1?
Yes.
All right. Now, on pages 2 and 3, you have instructions and the actual graph itself. This is when you have to do things manually. Yes, when you don't have access to the internet, because you have these now in the web form. You just cut and paste it in and it will just automatically tell you. But if you do not have that at your disposal and you wish to ascertain the level of a book, which of course you're not going to have online, then this is one way that you can use it, all right? What is really required of you is that you take 3 100-word passages from the text. It is important that you take them from particular aspects of the text. You take one from the beginning. You take one from the middle. You take one from the end. I don't know if you ever thought of a textbook in the following way. The first part of the text, yes, is bridging that grade. It forms a bridge between that grade and the previous grade. That is what happens, you know. So if you are in grade 2, the first part of the textbook is more in keeping with grade 1 information, the latter part of grade 1. By the time you get to the middle of the text, then you're in real grade 2. And by the time you get to the end of that text, then you are nearer to grade 3. It says grade 3-like material that you find at the end. So when you select texts from the 3 different parts of a book, then you have a more realistic, yes, representation of that text. Yes? So you select 3, and of course, when you're counting your 100 words, do not count numbers in it for this formula. Remember, we have different types. This one is Fry because it was developed by a man called Fry. You have Ragar, who developed another. So it's a Ragar readability formula. All right. Now, one of the things we need to do is to learn how to consider. So, Vernon, if you can't consider this, you're in trouble. Vernon, you can't consider? Vernon, I'm a teacher trainer, you know, and I have great fun giving my teachers, many of whom are practicing teachers, syllabication exercises. And they are there, huh? Then how many? Then So I usually laugh at them, all right? And then, so we count the sentences, we count the syllables, and you see on the second page that little matrix there that you would fill in the blanks, and then you do an average. Are you following me up to step 3? Yes. And then now you turn over to the third page where the graph, the actual graph is, and then you do a plotting. So this is where a small scale math knowledge is important. Yes? So the number of syllables is down on the bottom axis there, horizontally, and vertically. Sorry, that's the number of what? That's the number of, yes, the number of syllables, and up top the number of sentences. And all you need to do is to, you know the math already to run right across to see where they intersect. Are you following me? So if you have 140 syllables and you have 4.5 sentences, yes, then where those 2 points would intersect would be in the grade 9 block. Have I just made sense to you? 140 syllables, that's the average, 140 syllables, and 4.5 sentences. That's on the vertical axis, 4.5. When you run your finger along where the 140 and the 4.5 meet, that will be somewhere in the grade 9. So we would estimate, remember it's an estimate, we would estimate that that book is suitable for grade 9. So all those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so those represent the grade. Kira, did you understand that mumbo jumbo?
Yes, I did, but I was wondering if this would be applicable for all students in all contexts.
Will be applicable? What did you say applicable?
For all students in all contexts. So for example, a language teacher in St. Lucia would be able to use that to
yes, definitely. This is especially for language, yes. Yes. So any text at all you get, you can just select 3 100-word passages. Yes. Count up the number of sentences to the nearest 1/10 of a sentence. Count the number of syllables. For each passage, do the average number of sentences, the average number of syllables, and then plot it on the graph. And voila, there you go. So you can always try this on your own textbooks that you use in your schools. If you're doing history, whatever, you can use it, yes, and see if it is really appropriate for the class that it is selected for. All right. Now at this juncture, I'm going to give you your usual 5-minute break. When we come back, I do not know Miss Sean, I don't see Norma today. Norma came last week. Haven't seen her today. She and Sashana should be presenting. Vernon and Kerrian should be presenting. Lyra and Kira presenting. Please go stretch your legs. We'll be back in 5. I just create problem for this thing. I stopped the video. Why did it not doing what it's supposed to do? We're back to you, Kiro. All right. We are going to, well, we have to distort the order in which we had planned to go, giving Sashana the opportunity to come to present. She should have gone first. So we'll now have to ask Lero and Kiro to present. And they're using the article in the Caribbean Journal of Education.
Lyra is going to do the presentation because I didn't read the article.
Is that a question that you posed?
No, I just said Lyra is going to do the presentation because I haven't read the article.
Oh, you have not read the article. How come? Of my 3 presenters, there's no presentation?
I am going to do the presentation. I read the article.
Then, because I was wondering if we're going to look at each other this evening.
Oh no, it's not Kira's fault. It's just an error on her part. But anyway, the article was entitled "Dilemmas of a Textbook Writer" by Neville Grant. Neville Grant, a brief synopsis of him is that he's a writer of English language teaching and also learning materials, and he has been doing that for the past 20 years. So he's very qualified, and he has aided in a lot of textbooks, to be written for the teaching of English across the Caribbean and other countries, including Africa, China, some of the Mexican countries, etc., etc. So some of the things that he identified is that anytime he's creating or working on creating a textbook or pulling a textbook together, what needs to be in focus is the background of the education systems of these countries. So that includes taking into consideration their teaching syllabuses, so the different objectives that they want to cover for the subject area, and also the examination syllabuses. So with that in mind, he identifies in his article 3 areas that he's doing a case study. He did case studies on by working and creating textbooks for these particular areas: Nigeria, China, and Tanzania. Okay, so I'll just briefly say what happened in each. So for the case study of Nigeria, what he identified is that they needed to focus on lexicon items in the context of meaningful and relevant reading material. I guess he's basically saying that they needed to bring about a lot of lexicon has to deal with the words, so they needed to bring about a lot of the words, like to enrich the vocabulary of the learners by using textbooks and reading material that was contextual to Nigeria. And one of the excerpts that he that he identifies is from an African writer called Chinua Achebe. And Chinua Achebe. Chinua Achebe and his novel Things Fall Apart. And it was basically an article describing and speaking about a term or concept called bride price. And what I noticed that he did throughout the use of the textbook, him and the other writers, is that they ensured that they provided opportunities in the text for reading. That was with the excerpt, and not only any reading, but context appropriate reading, speaking, because they had there was an area after the reading where there was a discussion to take place, or a debate. So he provided reading, speaking, listening, and also even the writing. There was a vocabulary exercise after the excerpt also. So they made sure that they implemented all of these aspects in the textbook for Nigeria. Okay. Moving along to the second case study in China. What he said is that China, in light of their modernization program, they decided to implement a new course for most Chinese learners called Junior English for China. And the Junior English for China was focused on improving the students' ability to use language communicatively, with an interest in studying the cultural differences. So what is that? So the material that was chosen to make up the content, the reading content, was different from that in Nigeria. It was not particularly a content like a Chinese writer, but it was a focus on different aspects of American and British culture, because that was the focus for China. They wanted them to be able to use the language communicatively and study cultural differences. So a lot of the content included, they said, some of the excerpts about Abraham Lincoln in American history and other things in British history. And also a lot of different references were drawn to modern culture, like fast food in America, fish and chips in Britain, and other aspects of modern culture. And even some cultural differences were noted in the content, where the Chinese would be able to identify the differences between their culture and British culture or American culture. For example, he said, they provided excerpts where it showed the difference between the behavior of a British individual when they are paid a compliment, as compared to how the Chinese individual behaves when they are given a compliment. Also, what you found is that with China, they were limited because they only had to use 1,400 words for the vocabulary. I do not know why it was so limited, but that's all. But he still tried to implement the use of reading, speaking, and listening throughout the text. The other case study, the last one, was in Tanzania. And in Tanzania, what Grant noted is that because in Africa, that part of Africa, Tanzania, most of the learners and the students, it's not in the culture for them to read books, novels, storybooks. It's just not their culture. What they usually read is newspaper articles, and other aspects of the media, news reports, etc. These are the things that is most available to them, and these are the things that they are interested in reading. So the content for Tanzania in the formation of the textbook was the use of a lot of excerpts from news reports and a lot of excerpts from newspapers. And what you found happening because of the use of these things is that the student interest was very great in the reading. They were engaged in the readings, and they were also very, very enthusiastic to participate in discussions based on these newspaper articles and these news report articles. So they would actively participate in reading, speaking, listening, and also writing. So generally, he concludes with a few sentences stating that in the content of a textbook and in creating a textbook, one must include material that is culturally acceptable for the audience that will be utilizing it. That was his general point. You must ensure that with the background of the syllabus, whether it's the examination syllabus or the teaching syllabus, you must also bear in mind that the material, whatever you use for the reading, must be culturally acceptable. And that is the brief synopsis of Neville Grant's article. Any comments? Any questions?
Yes, because you are to occupy a 1 hour slot. That's your job, you are to occupy a 1 hour slot, so you want to tailor it that way.
I was supposed to have occupied an hour slot.
Oh, yes. You people are reading.
I didn't realize I was supposed to have occupied. I would not have presented the entire thing like that. If I realized that, I would have done it step by step and ask questions along.
Yes.
Well, let me take any comments. Any comments from? I could always expand because this was just a brief synopsis of the article. So, any comments from my fellow colleagues?
No, I was just listening to what you were saying about Grant and China. And in Grant's article, there's some information on approaches to language teaching and studying in different countries, and it speaks about China. And there's something there that really caught my attention about the level at which they introduce English, for example. So let's see if I find it. I think it was saying that no, I'm not able to find it. But what it seems to be saying is that the English language is introduced at really quite an early age in the Chinese system. As a matter of fact, I think it's introduced at the students are grade 3, if my memory is correct. I'm trying to read through the article to find it. So I'm wondering all this would impact on, for example, creating a textbook for Chinese students, especially given the unlimited written vocabulary. So that's really my contribution.
Okay, well, with China, what happened is that Neville Grant notes that because there are so many, it's one of the biggest populations in the world, and because they write Mandarin and they speak Mandarin Chinese, they notice the importance, and because English is considered the lingua franca of the world, they notice the importance, how important it is for the learners to be able to communicate effectively in the English language. And that is the reason why they have introduced that junior English for China. I guess probably that's the reason, well, for trade and for all of, so that they can be a more of a power player on world international politics. They've implemented that. And that's probably the reason why they have been introducing English to the younger generation. and at such an early age. Let me ask a question. Based on the same Chinese case study, Neville Grant identifies that they had to create the content for the course and the text with a vocabulary of only 1,400 words. Only 1,400 words. Why do you think they were only allowed to use 1,400 words?
I don't think it is that they were only allowed to use 1,400. I think the Chinese language is peculiar because it uses, if I remember correctly, they're called ideograms, which is basically those things that look more like drawing source, but to the Chinese it means several things. So one ideogram could, for example, be referring to, depending on how it's pronounced, referring to several different things, depending on their side, different pronunciation. So it might be that it might be 1,400 English language words in the vocabulary. But to the Chinese, the real substance of it is the ideogram, which can communicate very different. So that's really my basic understanding. So I don't think it is that they were allowed. But again, I'm relating Beverly Grant's article to what you are, to the subject matter and the obligation, because he speaks of the attempts of other countries to introduce English language as a second language. And what seems to have happened in many of these countries is that just as in the Caribbean we have a Creole version, in many of these countries we seem to have a dialect that seems to, or a standard of the English that seems to have become dominant. So for example, just as we talk about Jamaican Standard English, I see here you're referring to on page 16 to China English, and in Africa, Cameroon English, and in Nigeria, Nigerian English. So I'm wondering, how would I write up a textbook, for example, for a language as complex as China, and be able to deal with something like that? In other words, if I had to write a textbook for the Chinese, an English language textbook, how would I deal with the fact that there's Chinese English, which must be different from standard English? I don't know if he addressed that in his article.
He did not address that in his article, but he did make mention that they needed to ensure that, I guess probably the vocabulary is limited because the focus was on language use rather than a mastery of rather than communicative competence, rather than what's the other competence again?
Language competence.
Language competence, right. So I guess probably that's why the vocabulary was a little limited. And also in China, because of so many laws and restrictions upon the population, they cannot they probably were restricted from using certain English terms. I guess. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at based on what you said about Nigerian English. I don't know if Jamaica has that issue, but in St. Lucia, there's an entire station that has been dedicated to African films, particularly Nigerian African films. I don't know if that has taken over in Jamaica also. Do you all have that? No?
I know that, for example, this must be a Caribbean phenomenon. They're selling up pirated DVDs on the roadsides. And so the Nigerian movies are quite popular with the Jamaican populations, particularly females. As most of the plots are built around romance and romantic pieces.
Has anybody ever watched any of these Nigerian movies?
Briefly. Portions.
What can you tell me about the way that they speak?
It seems to be a mixture. It seems to be Nigerian English standards, a mixture of the African and English standard English standards.
So, yeah, you find that they say a lot of, well, they have their own English slang. I guess probably an English Creole that seems to take into consideration a lot of the African words and whatnot. So they say a lot of oh he ho, I don't know what that means. After everything they say oh, and a lot of other things. So the focus therefore in teaching English in Nigeria was on lexical terms. So being able to really enrich their vocabulary with the proper English terms. And one of the according to not according to Miss Foster corrected me, Achebe. What happened is that his book, he's an African writer, so whatever he wrote about had particular reference or drew particular reference from their culture. And he wrote a book called Things Fall Apart that dealt with the culture of someone being married, and the concept of bride price came about. Does anybody know what bride price is?
Well, I teach things.
Okay, can somebody other than Vernon answer? It seems like I'm having a conversation with Vernon alone.
Right.
We have Ashley in here. Is
Ashley?
We're here today.
I have no idea.
Right.
And what is
Oh,
Ashley, you don't know what bride price is? Never heard of it?
I'm assuming it's a dowry. I've begun the book because I teach it.
Okay, yes, it's a dowry, which is what exactly? Kira, what's a bride price?
The bride price, that would be what I think it's not the same as, isn't a dowry different from bride price?
If, for example, I want to marry Kira, I would have to provide 200,000 goats to the families to prove that I hold them the highest esteem. So that would be the price that
that would be the bride price.
Yes.
But then the dowry would be what the woman brings in, not so from the woman's family. Like the bride price would come from the man's family in those cultures. Like if he wants to give, I don't know, 1,000 cows or whatever, they consider valuable to the woman's family. And then the dowry would be what the woman's family would give to the man's family when they get married.
I know the bride price. It's first saying that there's
yes, you're right, Kira.
So you're right.
Okay, so yeah, I think the dowry is on the woman's side and the bride price is what the man pays for the bride. And that is the culture of Nigerian Africans. In order for them to get married, the man and his family must pay a price for the bride. And well, it's kind of something that occurred in traditional Nigerian settings. In more recent times, a lot of the youth have seemed to kind of want to go opposed to the concept of using a bride price. So I guess that's the reason why there was such a heated debate, because he said that it really brought interest, and he had a debate as one of the activities to be used after the reading of the excerpt. And I guess the youth would be too glad to give their own opinion on as to whether bride price should be used or should not be used. So again, we see him really, really using the cultural background and the context of these learners, okay, to teach them the English. So we spoke about China, we spoke about.
But before you move on, though, Mira,
Mm-hmm.
we may be missing two things. One with China, but I'll stick with Nigeria at the moment.
Okay.
When you look at the beginning of the discussion, that's on page 278. I think they're making quite a salient point here. The bottom of page 278. It says, as a second sentence in the discussion segment, no attempt is made to preach to students. Every attempt is made to encourage them to use English to think about the issue. What do you make of that sentence? Anyway.
Okay, just now, I'm just opening the article again. 278, I had something else open.
278, under the subheading discussion at the bottom of the page.
Okay. Second sentence, no attempt is made to preach to students. Okay, I guess what he's trying to identify is that the books are not opinionated. They do not try to zone in on one particular view, but they're objective in their content. And what they try to do is that they just bring about the issues so that the students can use English to speak about it, to talk about, to discuss it, and to write it. So they're not taking any particular stance. Yeah. But it's just the use of the English in discussing the issue.
So it's not a case, it would appear, that you're overtly forcing them then to take a particular side or take a particular view on something. What seems to be happening here is the development of communicative competence, where one can think about issues and speak about issues using the target language.
Okay.
So it's communicative. So when a writer, yes, because we always have to look back at the topic of it, we are looking at the dilemmas of a writer. What are the questions that a writer is faced with when attempting to write, because the writer is saying that this writer is saying a writer is faced with dilemmas, yes? And so one has to ensure that when one writes a text in this particular context, to ensure that you are not seen to be taking any sides, but allowing students to think and present using the language. Yes?
Okay, yes.
Back to the one on China. You had talked quite a bit around this one, but I don't recall hearing persons attaching their views to the modernization attempt on China's part. Because China, is a superpower, yes? And how do you become a superpower really and maintain one status? If China is a superpower and China wants to grow, China has to engage in modernization practices. So China cannot be holding so dearly to its Mandarin and whatever other kind of dialect they speak there. Yes, because they need to be communicating with others who are outside of this kind of speech community so that they can grow. So in an attempt to modernize, they want English that is communicative. Yes? And so if you look on page, I don't know what page this one is, with the channel 279, where the case study begins, it speaks to the modernization attempt in paragraph 2. Case, all right, on the case study 2, paragraph 2. Just look at that one quickly. Is there similarity between that and Nigeria? Is that what
The brand.
Oh, okay.
The brand on page 14.
Mm-hmm.
It says in China, for example, the government has no qualms in language planning.
Yes.
English is compulsory at grade 3.
Yes.
And in some urban areas, learners start at grade 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then look, having looked at that aspect of paragraph 2 at the beginning, jump down to paragraph 3, and then you can connect the dots now. The very beginning of paragraph 3.
Yeah, because he speaks about to provide learners with a window on the world outside of China.
Ah, they're interested in studying cultural differences.
Mm-hmm.
As they engage in modernization. What is being implied here?
As they engaged in more, that English has become.
One moment, Ashley.
Oh, okay.
The teaching of language is one way to do that, to not just to say have a history class about America or England, but rather to use the teaching of English to incorporate aspects of, I guess, in this case, British culture with the queuing example, or they refer to Abraham Lincoln as it was obviously accessible Abraham Lincoln in there.
But it's not just about teaching, it's about textbook, right? Now we have to make sure that all we're dealing with today is the use of textbooks. Yes?
Right.
So when we write a textbook, what is it that is needed? Because if you are going to be evaluating a text, you must know where the writer is coming from as well. Yes? Because remember, we have different kinds of curriculum materials we write for different reasons. That's why I wanted, and this should not have been the first presentation, but we kind of doing things a bit that way today. But the point is that China wants to know what is happening in other cultures. That's the bottom line of it. They don't want their people to identify with those cultures, so they don't want them to become acculturated that way. But they must be knowledgeable. That's the whole point, if they are to be engaged in modernization. Yes? All right. Keep going. Ms. Libra, back to you.
Okay, just a question before we continue. With regards to China viewing the teaching and learning of English as a tool for modernization, I mean, why is it that why is it that the teaching of English has to take such a pivotal role in their modernization program. I mean, this is one of the biggest countries in the world. It has one of the biggest populations. They can speak effective, they can communicate effectively with their Mandarin Chinese and whatnot. I mean, why doesn't the world, the rest of the world, why isn't it that the rest of the world learns also to communicate with them? It seems like they're the ones taking the role to learn English, and Mandarin Chinese is not something that is widely taught or learned around the rest of the world.
I
All
think,
right, all right, Kira.
yeah, I think if we agree that China is a superpower, but we have to realize that it's not the only superpower. The other countries like this, the United States, they speak English. England, all the everybody else either has English as a first language, or many of their I would say their population learn to speak English. So I think if China wants to enter into that and to become dominant and to make the stamp on the world, they would have to learn English. And then I guess if they have to do business with persons from the States or persons from England or wherever or Canada, they would need English. So I think it wouldn't be prudent to try to force everybody else to learn your Mandarin, to learn Mandarin when most persons would be speaking English.
All right. Kira, I'm in agreement to an extent with what you're saying, because Mandarin might top the list, but English is right there in second place. And England is a superpower. America is a superpower. Yes? It doesn't matter how much money China has, it doesn't matter how many inhabitants are there. The fact is, you must be ambitious. Yes? So success begets success. You're not going to be contented with your success when there is more to be had. Yes? Right now, the greatest, America's greatest debt is with China. Yes, China. When we in the Caribbean, I'm suspecting that you are of the same thinking as we are here. We think that Chinese goods are not good. We broad brush it like that. Do you in St. Lucia?
Yes, we have the same mentality that if it comes made in China, it's inferior.
Ah, there we go. Now, if you know anything about China, then and trade, then you will understand that if things made, many of the things being sold in England, many of the things being sold in America are made in China. It's just that these places have particular standards. So when China, when America wants some jacuzzis, for argument's sake, they will give China the specifications for the American market. Yes? England will have maybe a slightly different set of specs. But the work is done in China because that's where cheap labor is to be found. Remember that place is known for child labor and all these things, yes? So cheap labor is there. American standard, that's supposed to be a good brand in terms of plumbing and so on. They make their things in China, but we think it is made in America. Yeah? Now, what do we get in the Caribbean? Maybe not that which is sent to America, neither that which is sent to England. We get what we call the knockoff, possibly, the knockoff variety, in that it looks like the American model, but there are adjustments to the quality. If you wish to get that which is good for America, then our purchasers here need to say just that. Otherwise, you get what you paid for, the cheap stuff, which won't last very long. But it's not that they don't make good stuff. It's just like a JanSport. A JanSport bag will be made in the same factory with a Wolf Creek and the others on some no-name bags. Same place. Yeah? One tag is a Jansport, one is for another one. It's the same place, same factory. Yes? So China wants more of the market in the world. China recognizes that many persons or countries are turning to them for supplies. Why not meet their demand? If they don't meet it, then there'll be another country to meet it to take away their market. Oh no, I will not let my money go. Do you see where I'm coming from now? So it behoves them to get into this other language market. Because remember in the last class too, we showed you that language is tied up with politics. Don't be fooled.
Well, I did understand that. I just found that it seems a little unfair. That was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
It just seems unfair that English has that political significance that everybody is supposed to, assimilate into.
Yeah. Yes, Rana.
No, I'm just thinking about the purposeness of the speaker kind of is. The intent, the business intention from the Chinese side to learn Chinese. I think a couple of schools, I don't know if it's Chinese.
Yes, Mandarin.
Right, so a couple of schools in Jamaica started to introduce Chinese, as Mandarin Chinese, as a subject. So, for example, it is done at Campion, I know it is done at optional at Campion. It is done at Hampton. I think it is introduced at the lower levels because what has been happening is that a lot of students from that school have been now going over to study in China. Yeah. And same at Campion.
And we have a unit right here.
And there's a unit
right?
at the West Indies.
Yeah, they actually teach the unit pairs.
Right.
Somebody.
Send somebody to teach it. So, if we look at that example, then we can see many good reasons why the Chinese don't want to learn English. And certainly they don't want to come to learn about already.
And then don't forget, Vernon, that we have our good islands here
yes.
that should be going to the Chinese. Don't forget as well that we have our sugar factory down by Trelawney and there, where we have a great number of them working.
Right.
And they yes, they have to learn some English too. They're having some problems there. Our roadways are being made by Chinese individuals. So we have an influx here. So it behoves us, I think, to learn some Mandarin so that we can communicate more effectively with them, because don't we say we learn language for communicative purposes? Yes. There we go. So we are just unearthing another side to it, just thinking about it differently. Because remember, we grew up in an era, even you young people, you have come up to where, in a system where much emphasis is placed on getting it grammatically correct. Yes? And now you're hearing more about being an effective communicator, not necessarily a grammatically correct speaker of the language, but you can speak, someone understands you, someone responds back to you, and you can keep the thought going and things can be done. That's where we're going. Mind you, it's not that we are putting aside grammar, but what we are saying is grammar is subsumed, but grammar is not the main focus.
Okay, all right. Well, kudos to Jamaica for introducing Mandarin Chinese. I don't know when St. Lucia will get to that stage.
Hold on, Kira, I want to say something.
I've started the lesson.
Where?
Yes, in Castries, there's the Taiwanese have an IEC Center, I think, next to the Central Library where they offer free lessons and even free lessons in Mandarin Chinese and even persons you can get solutions have had the opportunity to go across to Taiwan to learn the language.
Everything is in Castries.
No,
Everything.
it's only
Yeah, because I don't know about that. Everything is focused in the capital of the country. Yes. We will never get these opportunities in the south.
Oh, that's a Caribbean thing. All right.
Okay, so moving along to Tanzania.
Yes.
Okay, and that was the last case study of Neville. One thing that I did not say that he identified is that he said that it's not very often that they get the opportunity to create textbooks for the teaching of English in areas that have freedom of press. And this is what he noted for the country of Tanzania. There is freedom of the press there, and as a result, newspaper articles and the news reports, everything is enveloped in that. All the culture of the country, the issues that the citizens go through, everything. So that is the reason why they honed in on using these particular articles as the reading material to be placed in the textbook. Okay. Any comments?
when you talk about the first country that where that
We're not hearing you.
sorry, I'm asking Lyra when she said that Tanzania is the first country that they had to write a book where there exists freedom of the press. You mean in Africa or
The first, sorry, did I say they were the first country to what? What?
the first country where they had to write a textbook where there was freedom of the press?
Oh yes, they said very few times because of his travels. He said it's not very often that they come across writing a textbook in areas that freedom of the press is. I guess particularly he's identifying the location of Tanzania being in Africa. Um, it's not everywhere that they do get to write textbooks with freedom where freedom of the press exists.
No, but I just went through the program. I don't think it's an issue of freedom of the press. In other words, based on what seems to be said in this part of the article, it seems to be that there's censorship on the part of the newspapers. In other words, they are trying to decide, do we make the government look bad or do we make the government look good? Should we expose the story or should we allow the government program to go ahead despite the failures that has happened? How will this affect on the government? In other words, what will be the effect of what? If we write this story, what will be the effect of the angle from which we take it? So in other words, to me, it seems what seems to be said, for example, in Jamaica, I know many of the journalists would have jumped at that story and it have been written out in bright and in colors, not to mention the political scene. What these journalists seem to be doing is actually censoring themselves.
May I say something here though? It is not really about the press per se, it's about the textbook.
Right.
So don't stray from the textbook.
Right.
It's about the textbook. Yes, the press has a great role to play in the country. And if it has a great role to play in the country and people are required to be reading the press and so on, then the textbook should be making some reference then to the press as well. The dilemma for the writer of the textbook, however, is what from the press should I really include in the textbook? Because if I include certain controversial topics, will my book be shelved? Will it really become a book? Because it has to be censored by the political bodies before it is ratified.
But I think what this article talks about is that in the unit there are it says later in the unit there are two contrasting news reports, one attacking the government about the scheme and one seeking to present the government's efforts in the best possible light. And then it talks about how it's generated a lot of discussion among students, or should generate much discussion, which the government actually endorsed.
So the point being made there, Ashley?
The point being made that the textbook or the section that was used was effective because it generated discussion and learning. Being able to pick up biases, being able to see the points the government are making of why they went ahead with the scheme, so that they could encourage debate amongst the students and, I guess, learning.
Yes, but it's a little more than that too. Because remember, the article is about the dilemma of the writer. So, having used these that can do all the things you say, Ashley, will the powers that be allow me to really publish this book with these kinds of materials? That's where the thinking is, you know.
Yeah, yes, I understand. In this case, the president says the president welcomed this discussion and was included.
Right. But all I'm saying to you is, remember the focus, the dilemma of the writer.
Mm-hmm. In terms of both syllabus and examination, which was discussed in the introduction.
Yeah, because they're saying to you that in constructing a textbook, there are really certain mandates. Yes, the textbook must conform to the national syllabus or national syllabus and the what other thing is? The examinations. And then they had a scathing remark about us. Did you see it?
Yes.
The bottom of the paragraph, they say they may seem unduly, hold on, where are we? Some examinations may unduly reward accuracy in manipulating the forms of language at the expense of function. So this is again, some examinations are really looking out for linguistic competence, not communicative competence, or they may seem unduly literary and elitist. A criticism that has been leveled at Caribbean examinations. Is he second? That's what I'm talking about here.
Right. Always good. I don't know, maybe if you look at the paper to CSEC, you could argue that it is literary, but I don't know that it is unduly literary because students should be competent in, at that level should live with a certain degree of competence. That comment, I think, should be more directed towards the textbooks that are provided, particularly for grade 7 and 8 students. And I'm thinking of this student all in, I can't remember the name of the all in one book or whatever it is. English for All. Right, it is really more literary than anything else. A lot of comprehension capacity. That's how I learned English, by the way. English for Life has a lot of comprehension in terms of letters and other types of comprehensions, course comprehensions. But there's an equal number, there are an equal number of grammar passages. So English for All book 1 to me is really not, doesn't reflect what students should be learning at that level. It is really lacking in terms of the grammatical building blocks that the students need. And I've seen book 3 of the narrating. What was the name of it?
Comprehensive.
The comprehensive, the narrating, and again, it's heavily comprehension based. So to me, that is really what is lacking at the lower schools, where you need to build the students' competence in the basis of English language. so that when they go to the middle of the stream and move forward, they have the basics of something to use to communicate.
You want to try and search for a grammar rule, or like you wanna punctuate. The hardest thing to find.
Yes.
All over the place.
Right.
It is not even indexed properly.
Right. And the sequence is your. One of my greatest textbook is Master Modern English. That one from the OGC. I have a very well-worn copy, and I keep it. Anybody with this school behaves Master Modern English. Was probably
it's a small book.
It's a.
Vernon.
Yes.
Those books were written before current theories came about. Those books are written before current theories came about, because modern English, that modern English Vernon up which you speak, it was from way back in the 70s.
And 80s.
That is before constructivism was born. It was before humanism was born. This came about in the days of linguistic competence. Let us pause us a little bit though, and to really look at where we are situated in English language teaching. You see, the stress since 1970s across the world is for communicative competence. Vernon, you're not listening to me. The stress across the world in the teaching of English has been for communicative competence. So if you did not use your verb correctly, that is not so much of a problem. The problem is that the message that was intended was indeed received, and you got the feedback that was necessary. It does not mean that grammar does not have a place, but what they're saying is that when you focus on grammar so much, many times all you were asking the students to do was to fill in the blank, circle something. You're really focused on a sentence construction level instead of communicating something large. And when the students communicated anything, it was only the teacher who was the audience. Yes? Yes. So those days are long gone now in terms of the teaching of English. And you're being asked, so you see China, the superpower, you see with the money what they're focusing on. They are not focusing on linguistic competence, you know, Vernon. Right. The people with the money are focusing on communicative competence. We without the money are still focusing on grammatical competence.
We should go with the money.
And so I'm saying to you, what are you embracing right now? What approach you're teaching are you embracing right now? Because if you're teaching grammar for argument's sake, are you in a class teaching past tense verb for the entire hour, or whatever makes up a period for you? Or are you teaching a particular form of writing that is meant to communicate something to somebody, and within that context, the particular grammatical structure that is required is taught? So it becomes more meaningful to your students. It makes sense to them, they can process it better, it goes into long-term memory instead of just learning by rote.
In other words, you're reading a passage. It was a bright and sunny day, and while there is a student stop, what part of speech is bright? What part of speech is sunny?
I would, yeah, it's something like that, but I would hope you would not stop them there. I hope you would have gone on. They would have read it. No, they would have enjoyed it.
No, you know what I find is that kind of, well, and when I say that, I'm saying that about a particular teacher mind or something like that, and there seems to be mass confusion. Because, you know, when I step into the class and I say, all right, today we are looking at adjectives. And I go through the nitty-gritty, so to speak, of adjectives. I can then use a passage to illustrate that, well, you know, these are some of the ways in which adjectives are used. And these are the type of adjectives. But if the students don't know what adjectives are, if they don't know the various types of adjectives that might come into play, then you can find that yes, you are communicating and but what is it? What additional knowledge are they gaining? How are they different from when you went into that classroom?
I don't think you're understanding communicative competence at all.
Am I going to get communicative competence?
All right. For example, sir, I can have a lesson adjectives in which I ask students to share with me an experience that they have, and of course I'm going to set it up in such a way that I have to describe, okay? I'm wording the task in such a way that I have to describe. Right. And maybe it is a case where they are going to a party, they're gone wherever, and they have to describe it. They don't even know that it's adjectives they're doing.
Right.
You get me? Because what you need to remember to Vernon is that primary school teachers have been teaching adjectives long time. You're at almost the end of the chain in high school, you hear? And they come to you still not knowing adjectives one bit. Can you appreciate that, sir?
Definitely.
All right, good. Now, and I'm sure that those teachers had indeed taught them the definition, had given them copious lessons with different adjectives and all these things, and they still don't know that. But here it is, I asked them to talk about their whatever, and I could even, while they're telling me, I could even write on some of the adjectives that they use and so on. Right. And I could possibly share a similar experience of mine. You know that they are listening to you very much right there, right? Because they like this sort of thing, so they're actually listening without even knowing that they're using adjectives. So you're not supposed to put up adjectives on the board. Right. Okay, good. And then you can say to them that they are going to read something. I do not know what that something is, whether it's a story format, whether it's a descriptive piece of writing that they use. You can say they're going to read this. They still do not know that lesson of adjectives yet. You can ask them to respond to it. Have you come across the concept of reader response in your studies as yet? Reader response, Louise Rosenblatt. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Not heard of that. But you can jot that down and do your own little readings as you try to empower yourself. Reader response theory. And the students can respond. How do they feel about whatever they're reading about? What would they do? What would they have done had they been in a particular position? What would they have wanted to, maybe the ending wasn't so nice. How would they have ended? That's something and they're able to see on that. That's dealing with meaning, getting them very comfortable, getting them interested, because you're presenting a topic in which they have an interest. Remember, that's critical. And then you start dissecting after that. You hold them now, you know. They are busy listening to you. Then now, you tell them why it is that what they said to you was of such great interest to you. Why it is that this text was of such great interest. And then you could have your little lesson there on adjectives right there. And then you use that same passage to help to identify the first 3 or so adjectives. And then they are to find the adjectives for themselves. Stating why it is an adjective, because I'm just going to tell us that here's an adjective. Now, why is it an adjective? What is the noun that is being described? And what if I should remove this particular adjective and use another adjective in its place? Would it change its meaning? And then I can now become the devil's advocate. And I can delete some of those adjectives out of that passage and create what is now called a close procedure, C-L-O-Z-E. Yes, these are key adjectives I deliberately removed because I'm going to say to them, I want them to understand the power of the adjective, and I'm going to say to them, these cause us to like so and so. Now you are going to put in some other adjectives in place of these that are deleted so that I do not like so and so. You see how we play with words? And they are understanding the rule of adjectives. You realize that? It's a different approach. And all during that lesson, notice the level of communication. You can have groups working when you ask them to identify adjectives, they could do it in pairs. When they fill in opposite adjectives, they could do it in pairs, they could do it alone, they could use it, they could use their thesaurus, whatever it is, to assist them. It's a different approach. We are teaching the same thing, but we do it differently. It's not that we have abandoned grammar. And then you can even give them now an assignment, yes, for them to go home and go do something with adjectives to return, because the next class, you're going to pick up from right where you left off on adjectives and to give them some more work to cement the idea. Because not because they all seem to be so involved today means that they have processed it. No. The brain works off patterns. We need to provide opportunities for the brain to see the patterns across time. That is what goes into long-term memory. Not that what we have done today and everybody's reading and we say, wow, objectives achieved. That's usually not very true. All right? May we take a break now, please?
Yes.
A 5-minute break. All right?
It's
What's that?
Okay. So what can we do things for
Kieran Leroy, we're back.
But it was great. So we introduced the teacher last year.
Okay.
So that and the learning teacher was great.
So that's it. That's it.
Right. The board now introduced the when I was first assistant minister, I got my
Leroy?
No, you didn't show from great. But not the same. Happening on the that is okay. The prescribed is that one for the other books.
When my experience has been that you do qualitates, the easier ones at grade 9. So, you know, when I was at Chester, we did the land and the jewel. And Frankie Farney was at grade 9 did. So I kind of switched to also for grade 9 this year. We'll do install a part and the short stories. So we start with the short stories and see that
We're not teaching that. That's how I more
right to bring students in. So and then we're introduced to the great things now. So I just did them all by all of them. I figured I'd start with the points and that's probably enough. So,
Is this the school keep and the number one reserve and another one?
no, that's where we have already challenged. Yeah, we have already started that material. I think this that the school hasn't really gone out to sources.
Leroy is not back as a hero. We'll be going on next. The neither Sashona nor Dorma has turned up. So it means that you will have to do the readings. We are looking at the Caribbean Journal of Education article by Milner. A short article there that looks at some books that were developed in the early 80s by one of our own here, one of our own directors, Zeline Jennings-Reid. And from Mordecai, one of our writers, local writers here. They compiled these materials and they were said to be for children in upper primary and so on, but they were also good for persons in the early secondary program. Now, it is showing you another side to the Fry's readability formula, because it is showing, remember I said that we have quantitative and qualitative measures of determining whether a textbook is suitable for a particular set of students. Now, this article is showing you that quantitative measures are inadequate because, as this one points out, it cannot measure the interest level and the language of a text. And so I'm going to ask you to look carefully at, read carefully pages 88 to 89 for some powerful bits of information there for you when you are evaluating a text.
Is it Miss Foster?
And to read through.
Miss Foster?
Yes,
Which article? What is the name of the article?
the Milner.
The Milner article, okay.
Milner, coming from the Caribbean Journal of Education, the shortest of the three. I think I listed it. Oh my God.
Miss Foster, what page or pages would you like us to read right now of the article?
88 to 89.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome. Lyra and Kira, are we through reading? All right, let's quickly go through this one. So we're saying that a quantitative readability formula does not give you the full picture. It can estimate the grade level that the text is suitable for, but it cannot speak to other issues such as student interest, language, and so on. And so this article is meant to do just that, showing you how you would go about evaluating a text for its language, its interest, and it goes on to its physical features as well, something that a quantitative formula can never answer. All right? So in terms of interest, what are some of the things that the writer quickly, just quickly tell me some of the things that the writer regarded as being aligned with students' interests.
I think one of the things that he mentioned was that and I'm going to pause it, the attractiveness of the layout.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So that was one of the things that he mentioned.
Yes, and what falls under attractiveness?
Right, so the print is clear, simple typeface, easy on the eye, the layout is admirable. It has illustrations and different types of illustrations, and some of them contemporary, so at the time that they would have been published. So there's Bob Marley and Shane, which the student might have been using at the time.
Yeah.
The front colors are bright and attractive, although you would have preferred something else.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that so students would have been at that level would have been used to that.
Yes. What you would have preferred really has to do with the durability of the book, eh?
Right.
But we know that that comes with money because we are noticing. I don't know if you, Lyra and Kira, have taken note of older textbooks way back in 50s and 60s. You have some textbooks there that if the cover is pulling off, then it seems as if it's made of thread. It seems to be made of thread or something. Have you ever seen those? When you look at in this spine and so on, right? Those are hard covers, but of a different variety. Very expensive. I'm not seeing those nowadays. Maybe because we can't afford them, so they give us the China version. I don't know. But that speaks to durability. So yes, so it tells us that, you know, when you are doing your assignment, this is something that you should be looking out for. Yes? What makes it interesting for the particular student? Because as Vernon said, they might have been using Shane, and Shane was also a TV series back then, so it would more or less be in their space and so on. So they'll be happy to see that. Yes, keep going.
One in the first paragraph on the page 4 talks about the mix of history, science, folk tales, fashion information, prose and poetry. And of course that goes connects to the idea of boys liking nonfiction or preferring nonfiction onto reading materials. So it's catering to both genders and interest levels of all.
Multidisciplinary, that's right. So again, that's another feature that you should be looking out for in your analysis of the textbook. To what extent is it taken into consideration the different genders around you? Keep going.
She makes mention of, well, two things: the use of different types of evaluation, because she says that the questions, the after the readings, what you find is that some of the passages lend themselves to further reading. And she says even the format of the question avoids boring repetition, and it includes things like multiple choice, true and false responses, and also the more traditional full sentence answers. And even the vocabulary exercises lend themselves to word mazes, riddles, proverbs, and crossword puzzles. So you can see a variety of different ways of evaluating the students at the end of the units, rather than the just write a paragraph about this or write about that, or the usual answer comprehension questions.
Yes, yes, yes. So it's testing various skills and doing so in an interesting way, so the students will not they don't know what's going to come at them next, so it keeps interest alive because they have a variety of activities. Yes, keep going.
Okay, and she also talks about the fact that in the book there are different genres. I think there are passages to read, there are plays, there are poems, and then it does not stop there. After the students are given a chance to write about what to write that. Sorry. The students are given a chance to write. They're given a chance to do other activities based on what they would have read.
Yes. And there seems to be some connection too between the poem and the prose section. So it's not that you're putting a poem because a poem can be placed there, but we can imagine there's some thematic connection going on. Yes? Because there's a concept of theme now, within a chapter of a text. So if you take a particular text is looking at cars, then we should not be looking at cats. Yes? So we should keep the theme constant and come with different bits of information and activities and so on surrounding that particular theme. Yes? So we actually remember the brain works off patterns. So we are looking out for that. Any other observation? Okay.
Go ahead, Ashley.
I was going to say that you made such a note that even though the past 2 months pressure understand English, dialect is included where appropriate in direct speech and background provide movement. So I there that we recognize the L1 language.
Yes.
And present it as part of the lesson.
Yes, yes. So right away you are showing that you value, you recognize that there is another language other than English operating in the environment, and you show respect for this language because it is included in a text. It's in black and white. So that's a big thing, it's different from speaking it. So that is something that is good. And here it says also, it's not just the language, but the materials are also from other aspects of our heritage. So we may have in French-speaking territories, yes, we have materials from Spanish and so on. So that also becomes important, all right? May we then leave this and move over to the final reading. Now this one is going to help you significantly. You must read this on your own. This has, and this is teaching how to always recognize that out of something that seems to be bad, there is going to be some good. Something that's good, there's going to be some bad. Vernon really earlier on when we began this afternoon did make mention of a book that he was not totally fond of, but although he wasn't fond of this book, there were aspects to it that he found useful, and he was indeed using them. So I don't want you to, because there's a little part that you don't like, you start broad brushing. That will not all go well for you. You must go through the work diligently and find the pros and the cons. And this is what two authors have done in this material here. Yes? One has found more negatives than positives, it would appear, than the other. But that's okay. It is all a part of showing you how to think about the material. So this is a must read for you. All right? I will not be going through it. These are things that should have been presented. It wasn't done, so it's okay. I want to just point out something here, though, just quickly. Page 149. Under the heading, Rationale and Statement of Philosophy. There's a typo there saying rationale, and it should be rationale. Are we there? Almost, okay. Are you there, Lyra and Kira? Good. So we are on the rationale and statement of philosophy, and we are going down, maybe it's about the fourth sentence or so in that paragraph. It begins by looking at the tasks that are given in the text. Are we there? Good. The philosophy seems to emphasize an audiolingual approach to learning through top-down drills of discrete grammatical points. I want us to understand what that is saying. This is the same thing we have been talking about, where people, Vernon, for instance, want to teach adjectives and verbs as discrete grammatical elements. Yes? But it depends on the philosophy that you have embraced. That's why we asked you in first class. And you did a good job of developing. Oh, Vernon was not here. No, the second class when we shared the philosophy. Right, because we didn't find the time in the first class to share, but we began the second class by sharing. And we had some wonderful constructions here. And by the way, remember your philosophy is a work in progress for you to always go back to add, subtract, and so on, and see how you can incorporate it where possible in any assignment. It will show that you are indeed thinking individuals, yes? You're not simply reproducing anything. So, to emphasize an audiolingual approach to learning through top-down drills of discrete grammatical points and examples of it. Fill in the blank, change the sentence into a question, complete the sentence with the correct present tense form of the verb to be, etc. Little original language production is required. You know what these tasks are rooted in which approach? It's called the behaviorist approach. That went out from the late 60s, went into the early 70s. But as we had also said in our first lecture, it is customary for teachers in training to go out, having graduated, to go out to teach in the way in which they were taught as juniors. So the incoming information often does not rub off on them. So times are changing around the teachers, and teachers are operating within a very old paradigm. This is something that we need to look at as individuals. We need to reflect on it to see to what extent we are guilty of such a practice. And it goes on to tell you all kind of stuff that you are going to be sitting and reading on your own. I tell you that there are many positives, many negatives. This really is extremely helpful in your assignment. So you're going to read it outside of class, okay? I will also point you to another document I sent you, the excerpt from a textbook evaluation. Yes, remember that you're required to write about 1,800, 2,000 words. So this is just what we call a little tips. Yes, this is just giving a little peek. But with the document that I asked you to read here and this, all you need to do now, because it's going to take time, it's not something to be done overnight and expect to do well in it. Don't try that. Don't try it. Okay, good. So you need to find some quiet space to see what you're looking for. And we start off with a little introductory paragraph. It's always good to ground your academic writing so that your audience can appreciate what you're saying. Yes? I would suggest that you as the researcher in me will tell you to use a pseudonym for your school to maintain anonymity and confidentiality. Yes? So you would make mention of something like this, and a nice introductory paragraph here. You would, of course, identify the particular book, give the bibliographic details of that book, yes? And state at the end of your introduction, you need to create a thesis statement that makes us know, hey, this is what this piece of work is about, yes? So you end your introduction with your thesis. Remember how the work is constructed, how the assignment is constructed. You're instructed to present something to somebody. Make it look as if that's what you're doing, all right? Organize the work like this one. You're asked to identify strengths and weaknesses. Set it up just this way. What are the strengths? Keep the strengths together. What are the weaknesses? Keep them together, and so on. So that your work is easy to read, can cohere very well. All right? Maybe we'll move on. I'm now going to present a PowerPoint presentation that will kind of help to wrap things up a bit. Hold on, this is the wrong one. One moment, please. Let me get my technological thing going here. Good. So we're looking at textbook evaluation, looking at the criteria. So the first thing you want to do is maybe to look at the content, to see the curriculum areas covered. You know what is, you're not seeing it, are you?
I see.
Yes, no, you're seeing here. Lyra, are you seeing? Lyra? Have I found them out?
Sorry, no, I kept doing no.
You're not saying, all right, good.
No.
I think I didn't share it. So let me end that. Let me go there. Share it. I hope you're not in the winner. You can see now, can't you? Beautiful. All right, then. So we, hold on, I'm just trying to position you. Hope you're not in the way right here. This might be the way here. No. It might be better off over there. All right, good. So you know what the syllabus is for the particular grade. To what extent does the book help correspond with your curriculum? All right, that is something you must think about. To what extent is the content accurate? Have things changed? And one of the ways to ensure accuracy too is to look at the year of publication. That also helps because sometimes at a particular point, information will be as is because that's what we are, that's what we know, that's what we have been exposed to. But then things do change, even in education. Is the content accurate? Sometimes the content is not accurate either because of the writer. So who is the writer of this article, of this book? I remember when I was teaching at the high school level, and I used to use Mr. Vernon, your favorite blue book there. Oh, no, oh, that's not your favorite, no, that's the, yes. I forgot that you have to, you know, oh yes, the Ramsey. It used to have so many errors in there. I don't know if it still does. Yes, well, there's so many errors, man. So we need to check these things, all right? Is the content correct? So some of those old books that Vernon loved to keep, so there, I'm not sure if they're correct. You know, 1 year I had some practice teachers in a school, and they were, it was practical, and they were, one of them was doing subject-verb agreement, but doing it in a very grammatical way, very, not communicative competence being developed as well, but grammatical competence. And so it was strictly subject-verb agreement, and it was taken out of a red book, Warreners. Don't know if you've ever heard of that book, yes. Now, that book had in a sentence about the Twin Towers. Remember, subject-verb agreement, present tense we're talking about, you know. That time, the Twin Towers were no longer in New York. They were already demolished, and she was there with present tense on the Twin Towers. She didn't even check the word to ascertain whether it's correct. As a matter of fact, she should have not been using that anyway. All right? So, content is correct, you have to ascertain that. If the language is appropriate to the particular grade level. So we look at the use of certain technical terms, certain multisyllabic terms, and so on. Word difficulty we are looking at, yes? Vocabulary expression appropriate. So it may not be difficult, but is it appropriate? And we have to be careful of this appropriateness here, because when we think of appropriateness, we are thinking of expressions that will not prejudice any group in the society. That is part of it. Yes? We are thinking of words that are not expletives. Yes? So we need to watch out for the things like those. Oh yes, I love Children of Sisyphus when it had to be put. And you know, I don't have one on my bookshelf. I need a copy because I fell in love with that. I was mesmerized. All right, it was so real, you know. Concepts expressed in simple, clear language. Of course, this is a little different from language appropriate to grade level. It is associated but different. In that, when you think of language appropriate to grade level, we are thinking of a word. But when you think of a concept being expressed, for example, in the man is the boy. Very, very simple language. Language that is appropriate for the grade level. But the concept, sorry, the concept is an issue. That's a paradox, right? In the man is the boy. So, and to things like passive versus active voice. Yes, the passive voice makes the concept so much difficult. The mango was eaten by me. Very passive. More difficult to appreciate than I ate the mango. Yes, so we look out for that sort of thing. All right. New concepts adequately explained. So we're looking out for this. Sometimes concepts are mentioned in some books but never explained. You have to run for a dictionary hoping that is there. Which book was it that I was reading? An African book. Can't recall which it was. But the book did not have a glossary. And it was using some African terms, you know, dotted across the pages. And I could not figure out for the life of me. Of course, not having access to the internet while reading did not help me at all. Yes? So when writers use these things, they need to ensure that others outside of themselves are able to comprehend. All right? By the way, this I'm making this available. This is going to be available to you or daily. All right? Is there the right depth for the curriculum? So the content is there, but what's the depth? How deep do you go? It's like a literature book can be used in grade 7 and in grade 11. How deep do you go? What level of reading do you set out to achieve in grade 7 as different from grade 11? Yes? Good. Here is a big one. Connections made with real life situations. That is where we lose our students on many occasions. Content accurate. Good use of language in that it's appropriate expressions, okay, and so on. But the content sits on the page and is not relevant to our students. To what extent can the St. Lucian student, the Jamaican student make connections? You, the teacher, can, you know, because you're an older, more intelligent person. Remember, it's not about you liking the book. It's not about you being able to understand what's in the book. It's about your students. Content presents examples with which students can experientially identify. So, content, yes. It may be the prosaic form, yes. But the examples to be given now so that we can fully understand, we can fully relate to it. It's a part of the student's experience. So watch out for, look at the activities, look at the examples given, and so on. New concepts given contextual support. And we know about this context thing already, right? Vernon, we keep saying, ensure that you present whatever within a context.
And an experience.
Yeah. Any grammatical, anything, that's why I made mention of the lesson adjectives there. Contextualize it. It must be a part of a body that the students can identify. They're not sitting as a grammar point. That's it. You know? So ensure that new concepts are given a context so that the students can jolly well work with that concept. Content free from biases and stereotyping. And that sometimes can be a sore point for us, right? Especially in these times when we are trying to be inclusive with all kinds of lifestyles, right? To what extent does the content cast females in a particular light versus males? You know, is it that only the male can be a construction worker and all the female is doing maybe is carrying the water, cooking the food for the construction worker? I don't know. Then there seems to be a bias somewhere because females can also be involved in the mixing of cement, you know. So inclusivity and not treating one group more than another group, or stereotyping, looking at Indians as inferior to Negroes, that sort of thing, white people as being inferior, and that to be very careful of our environment in the Caribbean because we are black dominated, and if we in presenting a book, that book has in a number of white images and so on, then we can have a problem on our hands because the students are not identifying, they are not seeing themselves, they don't value themselves as much because the book is giving them another kind of message. And as you read the material here, you hear about the different kind of curricula that we have. Yes? Free of editorial errors. And oh, we know about that one, all right? Approaches. Is the writer, did the writer ensure that he or she embrace a student-centered approach? So is it that students are given opportunities to share how they feel about something in the text? Is it that students are given opportunities to collaborate? Because that's student-centeredness, you know, when students collaborate and so on, yes? So we have to look at that. Does it support varied methods of instruction? We met that in our readings earlier on, the different learning styles. Sure, was it you, Ashley, who mentioned intelligences earlier? I think so, I don't recall quite correctly now. But the book should allow for this, yes? When we talk about multiple intelligences, are we all understanding that? Okay, good. And learning styles and so on. So there should be opportunities for writing, there should be opportunities for speaking, and so on. There should be opportunities for reading. There should be opportunities for students who have different interests to be able to see their interests on the page and so on. The author is successful in making subjects appealing and stimulating, and Of course, this can overlap with even the other two so far. Includes activities and opportunities for integration of technology. Once upon a time, this would never have been a criterion, but now with the influx of technology, to what extent? Yes, CD-ROMs and so on. To what extent can we use even Facebook as a means of responding? You know, the other day I was, teaching practicum setting, doing an assessment of a student, and I was very impressed. It was a student from UART, very impressed. Because that student did not take certain things for granted. This was a group of grade 10 students in an inner city school, high school. And they had high-end phones and all these things. And I took it for granted myself that they would be very familiar with the trappings of Facebook. I was shocked when the teacher had to teach them how to use Facebook in a literature class. Yes, she taught them how to use Facebook, and then they created their Facebook account specifically to respond to the literature text. It was awesome. So these are ideas that we can have. We can have blogs and so on that they respond. WhatsApp, there we go. There we go. Very well. We look at the activities students required to perform tasks that extend and reinforce the knowledge learned. That's something self-explanatory, because the tasks that they get would include different levels, comprehension levels. Broadly speaking, we have the basic comprehension level being literal level. Students should be given literal level questions. Let's simply recall. It is always said in assessment and measurement that students should feel as if they can succeed. So we should start with literal. Then we have inferential, where we read between the lines. So word meanings and all those things, and cause effect that's not obviously stated on the page and so on. And then we need to go to critical level. The students will create things on their own. Some people make a distinction between critical and applied. I will not make that distinction. No, I am saying the students are operating at a high level where they have a voice, where they evaluate something, where they create something, where they are using imagery and so forth. And there it goes into that point as well. Third point, activities include teacher-assisted tasks and independent work from students. Teacher-assisted tasks that support the notion of scaffolding, with which we ought to be familiar. Am I right? Yes. Yes. So we have teacher-assisted tasks, so that's a part of guided learning, yes? And the independent work where students are on their own because we have to read them. Activities allow students to explore, generate, and communicate their own ideas. It's communicative competence we're talking about. Duh, this must be so. All right. Then comes assessment. Remember, we're still talking about the textbook, we're not talking about teacher teaching in the class, we're talking about what's contained within a textbook. Assessment opportunities provided regularly throughout. So you don't wait until the very end. And that is where you're going to find some questions. But right throughout the work, we have little bits of activities for the students to be checking themselves, for the teacher to be aware of whether the students have understood and can apply. Includes multiple methods of assessment. Vernon, I wonder what are some of your methods of assessment in your book?
What?
Any of your language books?
Normally just very using portfolios. You see what are the projects. Mostly completed plans. Usually end up chapter questions that range from the drugs as well.
Ashley, what do you say to that?
Well, I mean, as we've been learning, you know, portfolios are much more, our portfolios include various types of writing or various stages in the writing process would be more effective than just a one-off essay. Idea beach, which is
Right.
Okay. Project, like, you know, when I was, you know, we used to use a lot of drama, presentations, songs, or, you know, addressing different intelligence projects, whether they're multimedia or demonstration of some sort.
You're asking what would be included in our book?
Just saying.
Does the book allow, yes, does it allow for this kind of assessment? Yes. Not what you, the teacher, would do, but would. Yes, yes. And what you have just described to me actually is called authentic assessment. Why authentic assessment? Why that label?
Because authentic suggests it's real life. It's based in things. For example, when a class is asked to, for example, if you're doing persuasive writing, we take this example today, and writing as the principal to say lobby for cell phones to be used in class as a learning tool.
Yeah.
So that's an actual authentic in the sense of it's a topic that students are interested in.
Yeah.
It is a method or it is a medium that students will use throughout their life.
Yes.
And it's an audience, a real audience, somebody who they really want to influence.
Well said. Is it then, when you're looking at your books, is it then that this book here lends itself to authentic assessment? That's the question. Kira?
Yes.
Yes. Can you share what you know of your book, your what do you call it, your language book as it relates to assessment? Have you thought about it?
You mean the language book I am going to use for the assignment, or the ones I use in school?
Well, it doesn't matter which, as long as you're thinking of a language book that you have looked at.
So I'm thinking of the one that I use in my Spanish class. The assessments, I have two kinds, either multiple choice or comprehension questions. They're not varied methods of assessments, either just these two, either multiple choice or a reading comprehension.
All right, but then guess what? We're not going to look at the Spanish book because that's A12 for you, right? We want to stick in the A12 domain. We want to stick to the A12 domain. What about the language, the English language book?
I have not looked at the language book. I am not sure what kind of assessments are in the language books.
Oh. Okay. What about you, Lyra?
I have not really looked at it, but something I would be looking for would be whether the assessments zone in on all of the aspects of English, learning English, in the aspects of reading, speaking, listening, and writing. That's something that I would be looking for in the assessments. How varied they are, if they're going to cover all of these aspects.
Okay. And the opportunity, don't forget, we have 6 languages, before
Oh,
you.
yes. Oh, well, definitely. And the different aspects of, yes.
96, we have had 2 others.
Okay. So grammar, vocab, all of these. Okay.
This what they're presenting, which will deal with the drama, which will deal with the visual arts, crafts, that sort of thing. Okay, both of you have not really looked at an English book, but I'm going to ask you to rewind your memory. What books did you use in school? What English books did you use in school? Can you recall? Was it so long ago? Can you recall what they look like in terms of assessment pieces?
I remember we used language for living. I'm not sure at what time. I remember in Form 1 and Form 2 in lower school. I don't remember what we used in upper school. But we did language for living for at least 2 years in high school. It was a lot of comprehension exercises.
Yeah.
Grammar, a lot of grammar.
Vocabulary.
Vocabulary, yes.
Yes. Wow. Well, we have come a long way from those kinds of materials. Are they still being used in your local?
Well, in my school, we use a comprehensive English course, and then they move to Achieve.
Okay, all right, thank you. Next point, assessment allows evaluation by teacher and student. Assessment allows evaluation by teacher and student. Teachers are always thinking that they're the only ones who can evaluate. It seems to take less time. They seem to manage it more or better. Not sure what they think. But should we be developing this skill in our students, where assessment is not regarded as a tool to be handled only by the teacher because that's the only knowledgeable person? To what extent can we help our students to evaluate their own work? So they're into self-evaluation and they're into peer, P-E-E-R, evaluation as well. That's the way to go if we're talking about being student-centered. Then it must not simply be in the facilitation of the concept, but in the assessment of the students' knowledge and skills and attitudes as well. Yes? So students need to be taught what you're looking for. So, what rubrics are you using? Do the students know how to do it, but do they know what it looks like? Do they know how to interpret it? Do you use a checklist? Do the students have a copy of that checklist? Are they allowed to use the checklist to ascertain the presence or absence of a particular description? I don't know. But our text, that's the way we're going now in teaching. And if that's the way we're going in teaching, then assessment needs to reflect how one teaches. Is there a question? Is there a comment? Yes.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I can see, but certainly many teachers can see the benefit of students evaluating or participating in the evaluation process. What I found is that even when you're evaluating, even when the students are not evaluating, they still feel that there's more merit in the teacher's final words, so to speak, in the evaluation. So, for example, it's just you might have them just come to you at the end of the session, sir, sign that book, or sir, you know, some measure of final approval.
Yes. Endorsement.
Right.
All right. And there are many reasons for this in the Vernon.
Right.
There are some parents.
Yes.
Remember, these parents are not teachers.
Yes.
And some are teachers. They are not au fait with current trends in teaching. They are not familiar. You don't know about constructivism and all this communicative language teaching. You must remember that. These are your buzz expressions. Yes? They're not familiar with that. They were grown up in an era where teachers' reading must be all over the page. And if the teacher's reading isn't there, the teacher has not taught. So the school also has a responsibility, you know, to help to educate these parents. Because we need, as teachers, we need the parents to help us. The responsibility placed on teachers is too heavy. You think the parents know about process approach to writing? You think they understand this portfolio concept and evaluation? They don't. They don't know the value. And what you must also understand is that the teachers who have been interacting with the students before you get there are likely to be still operating under the behaviorist mode. Remember, yeah? While constructivism became popular more in the 80s, it was not until the 90s it came in and people said, "What foolishness," because they couldn't understand it. So while the rest of the world was going along that path, we were not. And we are still holding there to the past. So many of our teachers here should go to the great lands of opportunity out there. They are going to be in problems when it comes to teaching. Do you know that there are teachers who went to New York to teach? When we had the Great Migration, thank you, who had to return to Jamaica because they were consistently getting a D for their teaching efforts. Did you know that? Miss Ashley?
No.
Did you know that? Oh, oh, yes. Because they evaluate teachers every term. And some teachers were getting D because they were still in the behaviorist mode, yes, and those sort of things. And so they would set a target, and one was naturally fired her. Because they gave her first D, she was on probation, next assessment was another D. They had to separate her from the children. Things. So, yeah. All right. So let's go now to another area, organization. Remember, it's organization of the book, you know. Do we have a table of contents? Do we have a preview of what is contained within the book? And the preview sometimes may end up being a blurb at the back of the book there, or there could be another page here that sort of gives you the essence of what is there.
Sometimes it looks sort of like a preview of the chapter.
Yes, from the at the very top there, that's right. Yes, very well. Explanatory notes of any sort. Remember that I was telling you about. They did not explain certain things to me at all. But sometimes an explanation is necessary because sometimes we take materials from St. Lucia, from Trinidad, wherever, and not because we are all on Caribbean nation. The fact is that some things are different. Some names that it gives to some things are different in from one region to the next. Yes? Right. Because when we say we want to have bulla cake to eat in Jamaica, we go to Barbados, we know we are in serious trouble. So we need some explanatory notes there to make sure that we are understanding whatever. Is there an index for ease of location? Yes, of important items. And of course, the glossary that may be found at the back of our book to help us. Do we have this? And to what extent, you know, some books have this lovely summary that I like, and especially for lazy students. Sometimes I was a very lazy student, you know. So I took a shortcut and I skipped through the leaves of the chapter to get to the end of the chapter because that nice writer is going to summarize the main ideas. It's awesome when the book has this summary. And even not just literature, the language, yeah, the language textbook, and the summary of the chapter. It's really a great guide for students. Are there any maps and other illustrations? We found one of the it was the Milno to which we referred. It was the Milno that gave us that spoke to, yes, the details of the crisp black and white presentations and so on. Yes, the clean lines to the illustrations. Yes.
Yes.
It's yeah, the Bob Marley. It's good because Kira.
Yes.
Do you care for illustrations in text?
Not really. If it's for my own reading, no.
Yes. Okay.
If it's to be for the students, well, yes.
All right. Lyra, what about you?
My mic has been on this entire time. Yes, actually.
You look forward to the illustration?
Yes. Well, for my own reading, not particularly, but thinking about textbooks and the use of books for students, definitely yes.
Ashley, what about you? Ben Verna?
I think the illustrations are useful. I think that they're particularly for stimulating senses, like if you have a descriptive passage or you want to, it also helps to give students who may not have such great literacy skills some hints as to what the passage is about.
Well, what about you?
What about me, what?
And illustrations in a text.
I would like them.
You would like for your own reading?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, for those same reasons.
Yes.
Yes. I would appreciate it as well because I appreciate illustrations. As it does make sense, for example, you see some pictures and you wonder how does this relate with the rest of the information on the page or what does this have to do with the book?
Some of us are iconic learners, yes? It means we need to see some graphic aid or other.
Right.
Yes, yes. I remember when I was doing my first degree here and was reading the Fromkin and Rodman. Did you read that book at all? Linguistics. That's a heavy book. For me, it was a heavy book, doing a first degree. And what I looked forward to interestingly, what I looked forward to was the cartoon character at the beginning of every chapter. The cartoon character is just going to say maybe 4 words, you know. Yeah, very complex. But trust me, instead of reading the dense material, I was busy trying to decode those 4 words. What is it the writer is trying to tell me? I am focused on that drawing of that cartoon character. I just did not want to go through the book. The book was too thick for my writings. And I said to myself, well, retribution has now taken over. Because when I used to teach a set of grade 9 students, the school said they should do Bekalam. Have you all read Bekalam? Yeah. All right then. Well, from my recollection, that class had in 54 students. And only 6 had Bekalam. And of the 6 with Bekalam, only 1 would take Bekalam. So when I interviewed the students as to, you know, their reaction to this thing, because they know we're doing it in school, what's happening? They told me that they disliked the book and they are not putting it into their bags to take to school. So why do you dislike the book? They said to me, Miss, it's boring. Okay, so why is it boring? They said, well, they have to do too much reading because guess what? The lines, yes, were close to each other. So line spaces, and it should too, you know, when you're evaluating the text. And on top of that, there wasn't any illustration anywhere throughout the book. They said they can't read this kind of dense material. No, I'm not doing it. And they didn't. And you know, while training teachers, I came across a similar response. This was at an all-boys school, and my practice teacher said that the school had prescribed the Bekalam, and the boys decided not one bit of that, I will not have it, and there was no Bekalam to be read. They refused. Now the thing about it is that they did not buy Bekalam because the school had a rich history of having all the literature books required for the students, and they rotated them every 6 weeks. So the teacher must be finished with that book within 6 weeks, and they get another book. So they weren't buying the books. They simply lined up, went to the bookshop, bought the books. They refused. And all those students, not just a class, but all the other classes just decided, no way, Jose. So there was no reading of the Bekalam, there was no illustration, they could not identify the So we must be cognizant of the power of illustrations in our textbook. Continuing organization, is it logical? Logically arranged, and I think Ashley was speaking to that, Vernon was speaking to that, about materials, having a textbook that wasn't logically arranged, so the material was not flowing. So if you think that way as a teacher, can you imagine how your students must dislike that book? Let's look at the other point. Prerequisite skills and ideas presented before more complex topics which depend on them. So, what does that mean to you? Lyra. Lyra?
Okay, it's talking about the use of prior knowledge for certain topics. So if at all they're dealing with descriptive writing, maybe they have an excerpt that speaks about a setting in detail using. Before that, they should have covered the use of adjectives, etc., etc. Prerequisite skills and ideas.
Yes, okay. So we are talking about building blocks, kind of building block approach, yes? So lower order information building up into more complex information, yes? Major concepts highlighted in previews. Preview of the text are there are the major concepts put there so that when you're reading, you know that there are these things that you are to be looking out for. Does it do that? Previews provide helpful information that will allow students to absorb main ideas. What are the previews really there? That is something we need to
Sorry, excuse me, please, Miss Foster. When you say major concepts highlighted in previews, the preview is the overview of the book before the actual first unit, second unit. I mean, do they have what do you mean highlighted? Are they supposed to speak a little bit about each of the concepts?
Thanks for that question. The preview could come at the very beginning of the chapter. Yes? Where it's like a signpost to the teacher and students as to where this particular chapter is going. Yes? Do we understand that?
Is the preview the preface?
No, not necessarily a preface at all, no. We are talking about a chapter, yes? And it is possible that some books are so arranged that they preview the entire book on a page somewhere. So they tell you chapter 1 will do this, chapter 2, da 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 da. Some have the preview at the beginning of a chapter.
Right, so it might highlight some of the things that are going to be discussed in the chapter, the subject matter. So, for example, like a brief summation and subject verb agreement and response aspects that we look at.
Yes.
Sometimes in bullet form or.
Yes. Are you with us there, Lira?
Yes, I kind of understood. Well, the book I'll be thinking clearly doesn't have that. But basically, an identification of the objectives.
Which is good.
Yeah, okay.
But remember now, any book you're reviewing, any book at all is going to have a positive and a negative. Yeah? So
yes, okay.
What is there? All you need to do is to identify features that would have been of help. Yes, and you speak to that, and then you speak to what's not there, what should have been there to improve.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So don't worry about what is there, what is not there. Key points listed clearly and accurately in summaries. Now we know there's going to be this summary, know that. We ought to have that. Yes, it may not be there, and if it is not there, then that's a negative. Yes, so you put that on the weaknesses section. And remember, not because it says summary, you don't read it carefully to ascertain whether it has in the main ideas. All right? Good. Physical features now. And Vernon likes that, you know, the physical features part. All things bright and beautiful in the book. So, is the size of text appropriate? And you better know your children here, because many of our students in Jamaica do not like to walk with their with a good dictionary. You know? It's too heavy. Ashley, do you have that problem at your school though?
With the books being heavy?
Oh, no, well, I'm thinking specifically now. Yes, but I'm thinking specifically of dictionary. Students not wanting to walk with a dictionary.
No, what is dictionary? Working on their phone, they're so looking at the phone
with the features, yes, yes. And you have, well, there's a false impression that all your students are wealthy, but many of them are, and so they may have high income. But then you are looking to appear in your environment, because in many schools here, a phone is a contraband in a classroom. It's not allowed. All right. But there's a problem with size of text, so you always have to look at that, whether your students would really want to work with this text. Yes? And a text that has several leaves that looks thick is usually a demotivating factor. Yes? Good. Durable for frequent use.
Yes, for sure.
That's what I find that many of the literature books, although we're dealing with language here, but literature is a part of language as far as we are concerned, right? We do take a literature-based approach. And I don't think that many of these books are made to last for very long, you know? Yes, yes. It's costly to provide hardcover books, but then if you're going to provide a book that's going to be tackled very soon, I'm not so sure we're going to talk with that one. The cover design is attractive and appropriate. Ain't that something? Did we know that we can use, before we start teaching, we use the cover? So,
Sorry, use the cover for. Oh, you need to.
as an introductory task. Yep.
It's more attractive than one.
Yes, and the cover can tell a story, you know. You can use the cover to tell a story. What's on the cover? There's a title that they can do some predictions based on the title. There is artwork on the title, on the page, on the cover page there, on the cover. To what extent can the dog, the students, try to predict what is going to happen between the dog and the little boy and the cat that is on the cover? It's called prediction. It's a very major part of literacy and language development. All right? So we look out for the cover design, and of course we use the word attractive because we have to think of students' interest. So we are generating interest in a text when we have a book with a particular kind of design. Bold face. We are looking at now the font and so on. Bold face, glossing of vocabulary and formatting techniques help organization and processing. Yes, we have spoken about that already. How clear is the print? And remember, we spoke about the spacing between the lines. At our level now, we are not expecting to see bold. When I say bold, let me not use that word. But when you think of the height of a letter, we are not expecting to see something that looks like grade 1. But should you be teaching grade 1, the print should not be the same as the print for grade 3 and 4, you know. Because at grade 1, the eyes are just getting into their own. Yes? Up to age 6, it is said that the children's eyes are not fully formed as yet. And that is why, if you look at the grade 1 material, the height of the letter is more than the height for other grades. All right? So how clear is the print? We have to be careful about fancy lettering. I can recall a book that came out. It was my principal then and a lecturer here who collaborated to write that language book. It didn't last 1 year in my school. Nobody wanted to read that book. My dear, it had in a lot of graphics, very colorful inside there, and it was said to be too colorful. In addition to that, they had some fancy writings. They were not the regular Times New Roman kind of thing, very fancy. And the writings, especially when it came to the graphics, they were not horizontal. They were sort of diagonal that way, so you have to turn your head that way. Then you turn your head that way to see the other side, that sort of thing. Yes. And the teachers and students thought it was too infantile. I think it was developed for grade 8 students. And it was shelved after the first. I don't know anybody talking about the book either. You know, so while the intention was good, too much of it, you know. Students want to not be treated below their grade level or their age, you know. So we must be very careful there. Color effectively used, graphics adequate and accurate. Yes, those are easy. Graphics enhance comprehension. Vernon referred to that earlier on, the correspondence between the graphics and the text. Do you put a graphic just because it's for visual appeal? Or do you put a graphic because it is going to illuminate something that was read? Do you show the picture of the boy when birds speed out the hill and spilling? Do you show a chart, bar chart, to describe something? You're trying to develop the concept of comparative adjectives. Do you have pictures of a boy being tall but the other one being taller? So the concept is a visual concept going. I should have said earlier that some of our students are not good readers, and so graphics really indeed help them to understand the concept. Yes. Balance between graphics and text appropriate. What does that mean? I'm going to go to Kira this time.
Yeah, I would think that there would not be too many pictures on a page, like what you think, like an inappropriate number of pictures on a page.
I don't think I got you clearly there.
I was saying that on a page there wouldn't be too many pictures.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I heard a key term there. Too many pictures. Yes, you have to watch out for that, because then that sort of lowers the grade level too. When you're in lower grades, then you have a whole page, 3/4 of a page is a picture and one line underneath it. When you go up into high school, they do not do the same. Graphics are acceptable in society and appropriate for age. So we have to remember now the politics and the language teaching, politics, yes, and textbook construction, yes. So will you in Jamaica have 2 men getting married and showing the picture, kissing and all these things? Yeah, it's not acceptable in this society. So while that may be acceptable in another, it's not acceptable in this society. So you'd want to ensure that you have the right thing going. And the same over content. While these things do exist, one has to be careful. Remember that they had to withdraw the Family Life book the other day. Was it 2 years ago? Yes, because it spoke to the alternative lifestyles, and Jamaicans were not ready for that. So we have to be very careful. Societal requirements. I want fundamental rights being respected in the text. We just spoke to the basis of sexuality. Does it conform to sexuality? But we usually are very educated and we tend to be tolerant. Not all teachers are tolerant, but we tend to be tolerant ourselves. But that doesn't mean that we should communicate certain bits of information to people's children. It's not acceptable. Everything conforms to rules regarding profanity. Children of Sisyphus have to go. Content consistent with positive moral and spiritual values. That doesn't mean you can't put in something that is untoward. But we must be careful that good seems to overpower evil at the end.
Is it specific English language or?
No, but this is what we're talking about here is English language. All right, but we must be very mindful because we must also remember that as teachers, we are teaching in the affective domain as well. Yes? Remember that a language lesson is not simply about knowledge development. We are developing knowledge, yes, and we are developing some skills, yes. But the third domain that we are to be developing is usually absolutely, totally ignored, and that's the affective domain. So we have used a particular context to develop the knowledge of adjectives. And students wrote beautiful something something using adjectives. But did we look at the meaning of the text and see how that we can use that meaning to help our students to change their attitude towards something? How can we use this knowledge to allow our students to appreciate something? That's the affective domain that speaks to change in terms of moral, spiritual, political, whatever values. Yes? Our English language classes, all of them ought to do that. All right? That's basic to education worldwide. 3 domains in a lesson: knowledge, skills, affective. Content shows appreciation, and in this case now we have to defer now to the St. Lucians, because in this case now it would have to be for the St. Lucian and Caribbean cultural heritage. For us here it would be Jamaican and Caribbean cultural heritage. All right? So we will find that CXC pays much attention to this. If you look at the CXC papers, you realize that something is taken from Trinidad, maybe Jamaica, and so on, yes? So we are about the Caribbean. Does the book you're using do that? Or is this about British culture? Is it about the American culture? And nothing Caribbean for us to value ourselves. Okay, we come. to the end of our slide.
So that is on our page.
Yes, I'm going to open it up for you on our page. All right. Any questions? You're good to go. Here?
I have no questions. Sorry.
No questions, Claire, I say, all right. So I would like for you to use all that you have gleaned today, yes, and put that now at the back of your head when you're reading through your English language textbook to ascertain what strengths are there, what challenges are there. And at the end of time now, to make your recommendations as to whether this book is suitable for use in the particular setting for which it was constructed. Remember, not because a book has negatives, it is not a book that you would recommend. Because trust me, any book you pick up will have negatives. But to what extent do these negatives detract from the overall usefulness of the text? That is a judgment that you must make and justify. This is the end of us today. On Friday, where are we now? On Friday, we will be looking at the curriculum. And it is in this reading that you will have something to do with the different types and so on. And Dorma is charged with taking guests to present to us. All right. She will be presenting on the Rose curriculum. All right. And our ladies overseas are looking for their people for next week to entertain us and educate us. Yes? Blessings.
Miss Foster,
Yes.
that is for next Thursday or Friday.
Yours?
Wednesday or Friday.
Your case is
Wednesday or Friday, sorry.
Wait, let me look back at my, what did I just do with it?
It's on Wednesday. It's on the 5th of August.
So, you are next
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Yeah, next Wednesday. But what you needed to do for me, they'll be coming to you. This is ordinary coming to you. What you need to tell me is the accent and ask, what hour of the day would be good for you? I sent you an email on it because we could possibly have the CSEC, we could possibly have the CSEC person coming at, we begin to sometimes we are so late. That's the problem I have. All right, we could have the first one coming at 5 and the other at 6. How about that? CSEC 5, CAPE 6, how about that for you? That's next week, Wednesday. So CSEC 5, so we do our little preambles between 2 and 5, right? And then CSEC present at 5 and CAPE at 6. And I sent you some questions, guiding questions that you could improve on and so on for the person to present on. so that we can get a feel of things. All right? Any other question? All right then. Well, good luck as you now run fully into your assignment. Take care.
All right.